The nurse approaches Troy and has a syringe and is going to give him medication through his IV.
Okay.
And then we were asked to step out. So they just pulled the curtain.
Did you see the nurse administer the medication?
I didn't see him. I just saw him approach him with the syringe near where Troy's IV was. But I didn't watch him push it in.
Did they give you the option to stay in the room?
Not while they took the tube out.
All right, so after you've left the room, what happens?
They pulled the curtain for just a brief moment. And then they pulled it back and let us in. And Troy was dead already.
So you walked back into the room. What did you see?
Troy wasn't breathing. My mother and I both walked up to him, but she had put her hands on his chest and mentioned that he wasn't breathing.
And when you walked in, did you touch him at all?
I went up to him with my mother, yes. So she was like on his chest and I was kind of like holding his shoulder and his arm.
And how soon after you had left the room did you go back into the room?
The curtain was pulled, I mean, briefly. It's like two to 3 minutes maybe.
And did anyone tell you what medication they were going to be giving Troy?
No.
Did they tell you how much of any medications they'd be giving him?
No.
And at the time of this, did you know what was going on and what was happening?
So in my brain, I could make somewhat sense of what was being told to us, but I didn't understand how we got there. So with everything that had been done in the ED and Troy being somewhat stable, now again, stable enough to go to the ICU, yes. Does that mean he's sick? Yes, like I know that. But I didn't understand how we got from stable to the ICU for continued care to he's dead, we should just pull the plug. Hindsight 2020, I wish I would have said something, but I think maybe at that moment I wasn't feeling as medically knowledgeable and felt more like a stepdaughter trusting this provider, but I didn't understand exactly how we got there. So from my understanding...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive at this point.
So...
Okay, let's stop. She needs to ask you another question because you're going on a little bit. That's okay. Let her ask the question. That's how we work, question and answers. Okay?
Thank you.
So why were you confused about how you got there? Let's talk about the CT. Why were you asking about the CT?
Because the CT would be an indicator on if there's any brain injury. Did he have a brain bleed? Is there brain swelling? Like that would be an indicator to me of Troy's prognosis.
So why was that your question in response to being told that he was in organ failure?
Because how would Troy be in total organ failure if you don't even have the results of a CT? So that's why I wanted to know if he had...
Okay, let's stop for a second, okay? I'll sustain the objection. Let's go with it here. We work on questions and answers. When you ask a rhetorical question, that's an inappropriate answer.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I understand why you were doing it, just that she has to lead you through this process, okay?
Also, Your Honor, for the record, I know she's not a medical personnel, so I'd object to any further questions about her medical knowledge.
Well, she is the human being she is, so we will deal with it as it goes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at any point, did you ask any other questions of staff while you were there?
Not in the ICU.
And after you walked back into the room, did anything happen after you went into the room and you realized that Troy was dead? What happened after that?
So when the nurse and Dr. Husel were walking out, we were advised that they would return once Troy's heart stopped beating. So about 3 minutes go by and Dr. Husel came in and said that Troy's heart had stopped.
Okay.
But, oh,
No, go ahead.
but he wasn't breathing. So in my opinion, he,
Objection, Your Honor, is to her opinion.
Okay. I'll permit it.
in my mind, I felt like I was looking at a non-breathing person, so that would mean to me that they were dead.
And after you were told that Troy was dead, what happened?
We went out back to the ICU, like waiting area in the hallway. We, as my mother and a chaplain, approached us, the same chaplain from the ED. And she began asking my mom and I questions about like Troy's primary care, medications, and asked my mother to sign a DNR.
Okay. So this was post-extubation?
Correct, in post time, post him telling us he was dead. Your Honor.
Real quick, this is State's
Okay,
Exhibit.
hold on. You want to do what?
Am I allowed to have my water?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
She has a water out there?
Yeah. Oh, we can get you a bottle of water too.
That's great. I'm sorry, my mouth's just getting dry.
You're fine.
I'm really sorry. Thank you, sorry.
Not a problem.
Thanks. And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 9A. And is this a picture of Troy?
Yes.
Do you know when this photo was taken? How
That's
close?
from his ID.
Okay. Do you know how old that photo was at the time?
Oh gosh, no. So he was 44. I guess it would have been expiring. It's usually they're only good for 4 years.
And is this how you remembered him looking that day or around that time frame?
I think he was a little bit more shaven and maybe a little slimmer, but
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ross?
Your Honor, may we just approach on the side real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't need everyone.
Okay.
okay? I'm worried about getting into a situation, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you to lunch early. We're gonna come back at 12:30, do a little bit more, try to get this witness done, and then we'll be set up for the 1 o'clock, okay? I know I'm giving you an early lunch, but I'm trying to logistically make this work for y'all, so we'll do our best with it, okay? Does that give you enough time for lunch? It's an hour and 5 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Okay, good enough then? Call them up.
All rise.
Just relax for a second. Have a good lunch, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody be seated. Ma'am, we're gonna bring you back at 12:30, okay? We're gonna try to do as much as we can. We may have to carry you on after the video testimony, okay? Bear with us now. Here's the rules. You can't talk about your testimony on the stand, okay? If someone approaches you and asks about how you testified, it is taboo. You don't say anything, okay? If there's a factual question you answer, fine, okay? But if it involves how you're testifying or what you're testifying to, it's not allowed, okay?
Thank
Any questions?
No.
We'll see you back in an hour. Ms. Duker, anything for the record?
Just real quick, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, we did plan on having our witness at 1:15-ish, so it does give us a little bit more time, hopefully, to
Okay.
wiggle room. We sent the link for 1 o'clock, probably just to make sure, but they'll be ready around 1:15.
Okay. Fair enough then. Ms. Menashe, anything for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. We're out to lunch. had a wonderful lunch. We're going to continue on the testimony. Ma'am, you're still under oath. Ms. Menashe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Diane Menashe, on behalf of Dr. William Husel. Just want to go back and talk about what you do for a living. You are not a nurse, is that correct?
Correct.
You do not have a nursing license,
Correct.
And the same was true in 2018.
Correct.
As such, you don't issue medications, right? You don't place medication orders,
I administer medications.
right? Administering and placing an order are two different things,
I don't
correct?
place an order.
You don't place an order. And you've never, in your role as a certified medical assistant, you've never worked in an ICU, is that correct?
Correct.
So now let's turn to the history of Mr. Allison. And when I say the history, I mean the medical history. In July of 18, he was living with your mother.
Correct.
Were you living in that household?
No, I was not.
How often were you visiting that house before and around 2018?
As often as one visits their parents.
Well, that's true for different people, wouldn't you agree? Some people visit their parents a lot, some people don't visit their parents at all.
Moderately.
Okay, what's moderate to you?
I would speak with them on the phone and visit the house, I don't know, maybe a few times a month.
And so if that's how many times you would call or visit, how many times would you see Mr. Allison on average a month between the year 2017 to 2018?
On average.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you don't know.
You want me to put a number on how many times I saw somebody 4 years ago?
Well, all of
Okay,
these
this is a rhetorical question again.
On average.
If you know. If you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. You would agree with me, would you not, that all of the things that you have just testified to on your direct all took place 4 years ago?
Yes, in 3 hours.
So I want to talk to you then based on the calls and the visits you had with your stepfather. You are aware, are you not, of the wound that he had on his right leg?
Correct.
And the wound was so significant, was it not, that it caused him multiple hospitalizations for years before his death in 2018, correct?
I don't know.
He went to the hospital in February of 2016 for the wound. Are you aware of that?
Not 16, no.
Are you aware that in September of 2017, the wound, again, was causing sepsis issues, and he went to the hospital? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And then in June of 2018, so 1 month prior to this final step, he had sepsis, went to Mount Carmel West again, did he not, because of this wound?
In June.
In June.
Correct.
1 month prior.
Yes, in June, correct.
And you're aware, well, let's talk about the wound. Fair to say, based on your seeing him and conversing with him and knowing the knowledge that you know, it wouldn't heal.
I mean, yes and no.
Well,
Did it fully heal? No. Did it get better? Yes.
it continued to be a significant problem for Mr. Allison, did it not?
On and off, yes.
And it continued, as he reported to medical staff, to cause him an incredible amount of pain, did it not?
I don't know what he said to medical staff.
Did you observe him having a lot of pain?
Well, I wasn't there at that June visit.
Did you just know that he was at a June visit for his wound
Correct.
that had caused sepsis?
Correct, but I wasn't there.
And sepsis, as you know, is an infection, is it not?
Correct.
That can be quite aggressive. Correct?
But he went home in June.
That's not my question. You know what, I'm gonna, it's my fault. I'm gonna ask questions that yes or no, and then hopefully it'll be more clear with my questions. In June, when he's at the hospital, he's there for the injury to the wound. Are you aware that when he was discharged, he was given morphine to take as a result of the pain that he was experiencing?
Yes.
Are you aware that he was told to take the morphine 3 times a day at 30 30 milligrams in each dose because the pain was of significance?
No,
Are you aware that in prior visits, he had expressed that he just couldn't do it anymore with respect to the pain and the wound?
no,
And so then, let's turn to the July 2018 visit to Mount Carmel West. He arrives at the hospital in an ambulance, does he not?
correct,
And you aren't in the ambulance in that transport?
no,
You were not at the house when your mother called the ambulance, correct?
no,
You weren't even there earlier that morning,
no,
or the day prior?
no,
So he's taken to Mount Carmel West, and then your testimony was that you received a text message from your mother letting you know that he was in the hospital. Do you remember that testimony?
that she was taking him to the hospital, yes, or that he was going to the hospital. She told me she called the squad.
Okay, because the ambulance took him to the hospital,
Yes.
correct? And, which reminds me, you were shown this picture. That is a big shot. Yes, it does. You were shown a picture, and I know we there was some joking that it was his driver's license photo.
Yes,
And I thought you said he was thinner than he appears in that photo.
around that face, he had like all that scruff there, yeah. It made his chin look a little bigger.
Would it surprise you to know that in his admission to Mount Carmel West on July of 2018, he measured at 5 feet 8 and 312.8 pounds? That surprised you to know?
No,
Because that was his height and weight, was it not?
okay, yeah,
Yes?
yes,
So going back to the July 2018, you get a text message from your mother, ambulance takes him there, and then your testimony was that you got another text message from your mother that a chaplain had been by to talk to her. Do you remember saying that?
mm-hmm,
And you've given interviews, not sworn statements, but interviews about this case before, have you not?
correct.
You gave an interview to CNN?
I did not.
You didn't.
No, my mother did.
Did you give an interview to film crews?
Yes,
Okay. That it was serious?
in my mind, it felt like it was serious. From my knowledge, yes,
Because from your knowledge, you know the chaplain doesn't just come by and talk randomly to people, right?
correct,
So it's with that understanding that it's serious that you then go to Mount Carmel West. Is that correct?
correct.
So let's talk about when you get there. How do you know which floor Mr. Allison was on when you arrived?
He was in the emergency department.
And question though is, how did you know that?
My mom told me he was in the emergency department.
And if you recall, what floor was that?
It's just right there in the entrance, the first floor.
So, and here's why I'm asking this. You came into the hospital and you walk in, and that's the floor where Mr. Allison was at that point in time,
Correct,
which is not the ICU.
correct.
You then talked about when you walked in, there was a code going on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah, I mean, you skipped, but yes,
When you walked in, you had get to code?
when I walked in, I first addressed my mother in the small waiting area where the chaplain was, and then we walked into the actual emergency department, and it looked like there was a code.
Okay, so what I missed is the step where you stopped by your mother, who was also accompanied by a chaplain at that point?
Correct.
And the chaplain was sitting?
She was standing.
And was your mother standing or seated?
Standing.
And so they were together there in the waiting room?
Yes.
And then you pause, you talk to your mother, chaplain, and it's then that you go into the back, and that is when you indicate that you saw that there was a code going on.
Correct.
I'm assuming that you subsequently learned that that code was actually the fourth or fifth of
Third.
the code, the third code. So you walked in when he's having the third code.
It was a continuous code that lasted about 20-some minutes, but it was within 3 episodes.
Okay, so let's break it down because I know that you're a certified medical assistant, and so being precise is really important, right?
Sure.
And you know that a code blue is when literally, right? Code blue, someone's actively dying, right? That's what a code situation is, correct?
Yeah, someone stopped breathing or their heart stopped.
Someone stopped breathing. Code hits, and then either, there's only 2 outcomes in a code. Would you agree with me? They either are resuscitated or they die.
Correct.
Your stepfather was in a code when he came to Mount Carmel. Code resuscitated, correct?
He coded in the emergency department.
Right. Yes, in the emergency department. Code 1 resuscitated 1, correct?
No.
Okay. So, and I know it's difficult for you to be here, but you just testified to this jury that you walked in and it was the third code. Which means, just common sense, before 3 comes 2 and 1, correct?
It was a continuous.
Well, you would agree with me that you weren't there during the continuous because you just testified you walked in on the third.
When I asked the attending how long it had been going on, he addressed me and stated that it was 27 minutes, but that it was a continuous. Like it wasn't a singular.
Okay, so, you know what, did you ask in your desire to know everything about this case, did you ask to review Mr. Allison's medical records from 2016?
I wouldn't ever be able to know everything, but I did.
Did you review those records from 2016?
Yes.
You
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
So you reviewed the medical records from 2018 from his last visit in July or also from the June visit?
The visit I was present for.
So you reviewed those medical records? Is that
Yes.
correct? And then you would have reviewed the discharge summary, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Looks like, does it not, Troy Allison discharge summary?
Correct.
Okay. Want to just go back to then, I'm assuming it was important for you to review the emergency urgent care section of his record, correct?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, that I was present for, yes.
And then it talks about up here, does it not, the patient does have ACE wraps around both of his lower extremities. Do you see that?
Yes, in reference to the wound.
Yes. And then it notes the patient's hygiene is very poor. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then let's talk about this medical and decision-making section based on your testimony about the codes. If we could, indicates right here, does it not, that at the time of the arrival to the emergency room, his AccuCheck was done and it was read as high, correct? And then he started to seize. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you know, based from your common sense and experience professionally, that seizures can cause brain damage, do they not?
Yes.
Then he had, the note indicates a full body seizure, which lasted for 1 to 2 minutes. Did you review this note as well?
I read the whole note.
Okay. So then it goes on to talk about given IV fluids, right? Mm-hmm. And I walked away for just a few minutes and was called back to see the patient, at which time the patient stopped breathing. Do you see that?
Correct.
So that's code 1, right?
It's respiratory arrest, yes.
And then he stopped breathing.
Yeah.
Okay. CPR was begun, and preparation was done to intubate the patient. Do you see that?
Yes.
Patient was intubated with me, difficulty breathing. It was noted that the patient had coffee ground material in the back of his throat, so they suctioned that out. You remember reading this note, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then it goes down to say CPR was continued on the patient after he was intubated and was given epinephrine plus sodium bicarbonate. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you recognize from your experience that epinephrine, he's given vasopressors because his heart's shutting down, right? His respiratory system is failing.
Yes.
The patient did not have a return of pulse
Right, so it's still the same code.
for a brief period of time. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, but then his pulse started to diminish. We could not appreciate a palpable pulse. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say we continued to have these episodes where the patient would regain his pulses, so he would be alive, and then he would lose them. He would be actively dying. Do you see that? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. This is the medical note about what happened in that ER room with respect to Mr. Allison, correct?
Yes.
And I say this because these actions, the coding, the intubation, everything that's noted here, this is on the ER floor.
Correct.
This is not the ICU.
Correct.
And I'll just go down to here, since you indicated that you reviewed the records. I want to talk about, you said that after he coded, that your opinion was that he was stable. Do you remember that testimony?
What was stated to me by the emergency room doctor was that if he remained stable, we would go up to the ICU.
So I want to talk about that statement about being stable. Because let's go through it. We know from the fact that he's had seizures, that seizures can cause potential trauma to the brain, correct?
A seizure, yes. One caused brain bleeding.
Which takes me to the CT. As I heard your testimony on direct, you said, I don't know how they would know there was organ failure if they hadn't gotten the results of the CT. Do you remember that testimony on your direct?
Correct.
Okay, let's break that down. CT, based on your experience and knowledge, is an image of the brain.
Correct.
It is not a clinical picture of what is going on with the brain.
It's one of many.
And also one of many is the brain in our organ system, right?
Yes.
Because I want to talk about, go back to this note if I can.
Okay, we need to do a little sidebar here. Ladies and gentlemen, talk amongst yourself. David?
what I'm coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I should have asked you, you reviewed the medical records with respect to Troy Allison and the July 2018 hospital visit, correct?
Correct.
You adopt those records as your own opinions and beliefs, or to not adopt the medical records as your own opinions and beliefs?
They're not my opinions and beliefs.
And so, if a doctor indicated one thing in the medical record, you would disagree in places with doctors?
Repeat the question.
Sure. If doctors were to say certain things in medical records, you would disagree with some of the things that some of the doctors said in these medical records.
You asked me if it was my opinion, but I didn't write it, so it's not my opinion.
No, I said your opinions and your beliefs.
Right.
So what happened?
So I'm testifying as to what I witnessed.
Okay.
That's what my testimony is. So that's my understanding. But what someone writes in a medical chart is not my opinion. That would have been the opinion of Dr. Woodard.
So let's go back to Dr. Woodard, who was the doctor in the ER.
Correct.
He's the doctor on the first floor of that hospital that we just talked about, those code situations, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that when you've been asked about the doctor and the code situations, that you started talking to him about things you wish he would have done more of?
No, what?
That's my question.
I asked the doctor to do more things?
That's correct.
Who said that?
That's my question to you, ma'am. Did you ask the doctor to do more things in the ER?
I asked him what he had done up until that point.
And he gave you an explanation as to what he had done?
Yes.
And did you not find that explanation sufficient?
Yeah, I understood what he was telling me, and I accepted it as what was going on.
Because it was an emergent situation, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it was so emergent. You know, do you not, that the blood pressure was not just over 500, it was 800.
His blood sugar or his blood
blood
pressure?
sugar was 899.
Correct.
A normal person's, from your experience, is 100.
Correct.
899 is not life sustainable. Correct?
That's not correct.
Well, then let's talk about it. And that's not correct based on your training in nursing school?
Right, I see patients all the time that have high blood sugar. That doesn't mean I'm seeing them dead when they have high blood sugar.
Well, high blood sugar, does it not, when you get to 899, can mean that your organs are shutting down?
It can cause issues, like with your kidneys, yes.
Like your kidneys to fail, right?
But just because they're failing doesn't mean they're
Just,
dead.
You know, again, my response, my fault. Yes or no? Your kidneys are failing.
Yes.
Okay. So then let's put the 899 glucose level aside and talk about the pH of a 6.5, which you testified you knew was his pH level.
I testified that I asked what his pH was, but I did not state a number.
Okay. Well, the jury certainly has their own recollection. My recollection, what was his pH number as you recall it?
I didn't recall it.
Okay.
I didn't testify to it. I stated that I asked what his pH was.
So let me look at my notes, because I took notes on that indicated that the 6.5 wasn't that high. Let's just say hypothetically that it was a 6.5. You would agree with me that a 6.8 is acidosis, not sustainable life, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Or are you familiar with pH levels because you testified about them under direct?
I'm familiar, but I can't, how freely am I able to speak?
Okay, you answer the question to give. If you do not know the answer, you tell her you don't know the answer.
I'm aware.
If you know the answer, then you give her the answer of what you're aware of.
Do you remember reading the pH on a discharge summary that you told us you reviewed?
Yes, but again, I didn't testify to the number.
Okay, so then going back, you know that his glucose was 899. You know, I guess if you're maintaining you didn't say a number, you certainly knew that his pH levels were deadly.
They were critical.
Then on top of that, we also had, I think his lactic was at a 25. Do you remember that?
I didn't ask the emergency department attending what his lactic acid was.
No, so that's my question, let me restate it. Did you know that his lactic was at 25?
Not in the moment, no.
Do you know now?
I know now. I reviewed the chart.
And what's, if you know, a normal level?
I don't know.
So then, after the codes, it's true, is it not, that they're finally able to at least take Mr. Allison in for a CT scan because he's alive again,
He's
right? Okay.
stable, yes.
Yes. No, let's talk about this word stable that you keep using.
Yes.
Because we know that when he's wheeled in to get the CT, he's on a vent,
Correct.
which means he's on life support.
But not actively unstable.
Not my question. Yes or no?
He's on life support, yes.
We know, because you reviewed it and also your independent recollection, that he's on vasopressors. Another life support measure. Yes or no?
Not at the time. I did not know he was on vasopressors.
Okay, so you knew that he was on the vent.
Yes.
You knew that he had a deadly pH. You knew that his blood sugar was 899, correct?
I never testified to the number of the pH. I testified to his blood sugar. So I was aware that his pH was acidotic, but I didn't testify to the number of it.
So we're going to get through this, but I'm going to try to shorten my questions.
I know, but
Okay, so then we can just do a yes or no, because my question was, as he's being wheeled in to get a CT, he's on a vent, you knew he had an 899 glucose, you knew that his pH was acidotic, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you knew that he had a wound that has caused him significant issues for multiple years, correct?
Yes.
You also knew about the kidney failure?
No, I didn't ask that.
And it's those set of circumstances of when that human being is being wheeled in to get a CT scan, that visual, that you label as stable. Correct?
Yes.
Then after the CT is when he's taken to the ICU.
Correct.
And the ICU is on a different floor than the ER, correct?
Correct.
And it's when you get to the ICU that you testified for the first time you see Dr. Husel.
Correct. With the patient, which would be Troy.
Right. He's in the room, and Troy's in the room too,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
And Troy's hooked up to, on the ventilator, right?
Correct.
And hooked up to the machines, there's noises, et cetera, because it's an ICU. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Do you remember the room he was in?
The number, no, but I remember the room.
Okay. And so it's just Dr. Husel in the room.
Correct.
And when you come in, how close is that room, since you don't remember the number, how close is that room to the nursing station?
It's directly across from it.
Right there. Right?
Correct.
And I know you testified to a number of details, but I don't remember you testifying to the name of the nurse that tended to your stepfather.
I didn't know his name.
But you know it was a man?
Yes.
Isn't it true that there was more than one nurse?
Not to my knowledge, I only saw that, and that's what I testified to.
You only saw that?
Him, just the singular male nurse.
But you never asked his name?
No.
Assuming if you had thought, I mean, you seem to be a strong-willed individual. Assuming if you had thought there was a problem, you would have learned that nurse's name.
I didn't know there was a problem.
So there's a nurse and there's Dr. Husel. And then I remember your testimony that Dr. Husel started speaking to you and then you asked him a question and he didn't answer it. He was just then directed his comments to your mother.
Correct.
Just big picture here. Your mother was the spouse of your stepfather, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of who was the durable power of attorney, or the next of kin who could make decisions, it was your mother.
Correct.
Not you.
Correct.
This is probably a good place to break because we've got to do the video thing. Up to the time. It'll take us a couple minutes. You guys just want to hang tight while we do it. I'll take her off the stand and we'll get it set up. Do we have Paul?
Was it set for one?
It was set for 1, but we were going to do it at 1:15. You can go back out in the hallway. Remember my earlier admonition to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll see you back shortly.
Let me get it.
Okay.
Just drop him and see him. He's right here.
Miracles of miracles. It's Paul. You gotta get up here and move me for a second? Ms. Mick, call your witness, please.
The state calls Earl Huron.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay? I need you to state your name for the record and spell it for my court reporter, please.
Yeah, my name is Earl Joseph Huron II, E-A-R-L, Joseph, J-O-S-E-P-H, Huron, H-U-R-O-N, II.
Ms. Mick,
Mr. Huron, where did you grow up?
I grew up mostly in Columbus, Ohio.
And where do you currently live now?
I am currently in Illinois.
Where did you attend school for college?
University of Toledo for both my master's and my bachelor's.
And what were those degrees in?
The bachelor's was Bachelor's of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies, and master's was in nursing.
When did you receive those degrees?
2009 was when I got the bachelor's, and the master's was 2014, I believe.
What was your first job after nursing school?
It was a nurse residency program at Vanderbilt University, or Vanderbilt Medical Center.
And what unit did you work in?
I worked in the PACU, which is post-op recovery.
Can you describe a little bit about what that work in that unit would entail?
A patient would come out after surgery, and I would make sure their pain's under control, manage airways if necessary, nausea, vomiting, and then work on getting them to their next location, whether that be home or whatever unit they're going to.
And when you talk about surgeries, are these like minor outpatient surgeries, major surgeries, everything?
I did everything from simple outpatient to kidney transplants when I was there.
And how long did you work in that role?
I was there for just over a year.
In that role, did you have the occasion to use fentanyl?
Yeah, essentially every patient.
And what were typical doses that you were giving in the PACU of fentanyl?
Objection.
The PACU generally...
objection, stop. Let's lay a foundation for it.
When you were working in the PACU, would the doctors order fentanyl for postoperative care?
For postoperative pain relief, yes.
Were you the individual that administered that medication?
Yes.
Was there a typical or average dose or dosing pattern?
Objection.
I'll permit it. This is in
The
your
typical
experience.
dose was anywhere from, in my experience in the recovery room, the typical dose was 25 to 50 micrograms every 5 minutes, generally up to 250 micrograms. That was the typical order set.
Judge, we're going to object. This is post-operative care. This case is about palliative withdrawals. There's no...
I understand that, but she's talking about his capacity in dealing with it. I'll permit it.
Sorry, did you say the largest dose was 250 micrograms?
That was the maximum amount total for the postoperative care that we would give. Oh, typically, we would give medication every 5 to 10 minutes as needed for pain, and it was 25 to 50 micrograms every 5 minutes up to the max dose of 250 through the course of the recovery room stay. If that makes sense, I hope.
Yes. I guess when you're mentioning that 250, are you saying that that would be divided up or that would be given at one time?
Leading.
It's clarification, I'll permit it. Do you understand
So
that?
that was the, yes, I do. So let's say I was giving 50 micrograms of fentanyl, it would be 5 doses of 50 over time for a maximum of 250, not at a time, but total 250 micrograms.
And how long were you at,
That
yeah, thank you. How long were you at Vanderbilt working in that role?
just over a year.
And after you left, what did you do next?
I started traveling as a recovery room nurse.
When you were traveling, was that also, when you say recovery room, is that the same as the PACU?
Yes,
And how many different
just to keep the
hospitals?
acronyms down.
Sorry. How many different hospitals did you travel to as a traveling nurse?
It was roughly 5 to 10 different hospitals.
Was your experience with fentanyl, well, did you have experience with fentanyl in those hospitals as well?
Yes, every hospital used fentanyl for post-op pain.
And was your administration of that similar to what you just testified to about Vanderbilt?
Objection, relevant.
Yes,
Okay, overruled.
At what time did you begin working at Mount Carmel West?
that was 07 of 2018, I believe. Sorry. Yeah, 7 of 2018.
And what unit did you start working in?
I was in the ICU.
Was this your first ICU assignment as a nurse?
Correct.
Did you have an orientation when you started?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, the orientation was started off shadowing a seasoned ICU nurse. Then we slowly were given more and more responsibilities until eventually we started managing our own patients. Once we were comfortable and the nurse that were precepting us was comfortable.
And how long is the orientation?
It varied wildly from person to person. Mine was roughly 3 months before I was off orientation, I believe.
Did your orientation get extended beyond the time you were expecting?
Yes, it was extended for a couple extra weeks.
And do you know why?
I don't remember all the reasons, but one of the reasons definitely stated was that I was not assisting, or I was not helping other people enough. Essentially, I was concentrating on my charting more than helping them with other people.
When you started working on your own, what shift were you working?
I was on night shift.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, I was on night shift.
Thank you. What doctors did you work with on night shift?
Dr. Haggers and Dr. Husel.
Could you describe your observation of the culture on the unit at night?
Objection.
Okay, let's rephrase.
Could you observe your experience, or could you describe your experience on the night shift of the ICU?
Objection. We get more time frame, or is he giving an opinion now?
Okay, well, he's describing his experience. Let's put a time frame on it.
When did you begin working on the night shift in the ICU?
I was on night shift essentially from the beginning. I might have worked 1 week on day shift.
Can you give us a month and year estimate?
It was still in July 2018.
And when did you stop working at Mount Carmel on the night shift ICU?
That was in January, I believe it was, of 2019.
So during that time frame that you were there, what was your observation of the unit and the culture on the unit?
Objection.
What would, sorry,
Okay,
not,
you got a compound going
Yeah.
there. Let's
Yeah.
ask the question correctly.
what was your observation of the night shift ICU during the time that you were there?
Objection. It's a fact witness.
I understand that. He can give his observations. It's permissible.
Am I okay to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it was a pretty close-knit unit. We seemed to work well together. Any issues seemed to have a lot of good teamwork, and I was confident in the doctors at the time with their decisions.
Could you just, sorry, continue.
Go ahead. No, I don't have much more to add. I wasn't there long enough to get a very good gauge on the culture, quite frankly.
When you were working there, did you get a gauge on, did you observe any dynamics between Dr. Husel and the other nurses?
Objection.
Well, it's a yes/no question there. Did you observe anything, the dynamics between him and other nurses?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you describe that a little bit?
Let's lay a little bit more foundation.
What type of observations, I'll scrap that. Did the nurses on the unit hold Dr. Husel in high regard?
You're asking,
Not gonna answer that one.
Did you, from your observation, did the nurses on the unit hold Dr. Husel in high regard?
Yes, they did.
I would like to take you to October 24th of 2018. Were you working that night?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a patient named James Timmons?
I did not know the patient's name at the time, but they were a patient in the ICU that night, yes.
Was Mr. Timmons your patient that night?
No.
Do you know whose patient he was?
No, he was Jake Deaver's plus a preceptee. I do not know who the preceptee was. Don't remember.
Did there come to be an occasion that night when you were helping in Mr. Timmons' care?
My role that night was I assisted Jacob Deemer in pulling medications from Pyxis for him.
And do you recall how many times you pulled medication from the Pyxis for Mr. Timmons?
I believe there are at least 3 or 4 based off what the MAR said.
Were there...
That's right.
no. No, overruled.
Mr. Huron, have you been provided with a copy of the Pyxis log for Mr. Timmons?
Truncated copy of it, yeah, and I have a longer form one in one of my documents here.
And just for the record, that is State's Exhibit 24K. At some point during that night, were you, or how many times that night were you getting medication out of the Pyxis with regard to Mr. Timmons' palliative extubation?
For the palliative extubation process, it looks like 4 medications on 2 occasions.
Let's start with the first occasion. What medications did you pull on the first occasion?
First one was 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl and 10 milligrams of Furset.
And why were you pulling those medications from the Pyxis for Mr. Timmons?
Well, I was asked by Jacob Deemer to help him out and pull those medications from the Pyxis from order from Dr. Husel, verified the numbers with Jacob Deemer, and I believe I even asked Dr. Husel to make sure that that was correct, and then I went and pulled the meds.
And why were you asking multiple people if that was correct?
Because they were very high doses.
When you pulled those medications from the Pyxis, was it via override?
Yes, it was.
And why were they pulled on override?
Because the order was not on the computer yet. And I was told that it was an emergent situation.
After you pulled those medications, what did you do with them?
I gave them to Jacob Deemer and then resumed care of my patients. Actually, at the time, yeah, I resumed care of my patients right away.
And then you referenced a second time that you pulled medication for the palliative extubation? What medication did you pull?
One more time?
Sorry, the second time that you pulled medication from the Pyxis for the palliative extubation, what medication did you pull?
looks like 10 milligrams of Dilaudid and 10 milligrams of Versed.
And why were you pulling those medications?
Because I received the order from Dr. Husel.
Did you verify those medications with Dr. Husel?
He was the one that gave me the order and I verified the doses before pulling them, yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
She's recording what you're saying. Could you repeat your answer, please?
Oh, I apologize. I verified the numbers and the doses with Dr. Husel, and he was the one that gave me the order. So that's the verification that I did. All I have is the MAR. I don't know the Pixis time.
Can you screen share them? We're going to screen share with you so you can see the Pixis.
All right, 1 second. Okay.
There. Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right. And again, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 24K. All right.
It looks like 2:54 in the morning.
And then is that right above it, the 252, is that the other medication that you just referenced?
Yes. For the second time polling, correct? From the Pixis, excuse me.
And a quick clarification, when we're looking at the first time you pulled the medication, where it says fentanyl 800 and then fentanyl 200, do you know why those are two separate entries?
I believe that is because it either came from it was a different Pixis, MCU2 versus MCU1. Looks like it was the other Pixis on there.
So are you aware of why you got medication, the fentanyl, from two different Pixis machines?
Objection asked and answered.
It has been. He said it was 2 different machines.
I was asking why he got it from two different machines.
Yes.
Okay. I'll permit it.
Are you aware of why you
Presumably because the machine ran out of stock of the full amount order.
You don't know for sure is what you're telling us?
I do not remember. That would be the only reason for it, but I cannot tell you 100% certainty. That's why.
I'm not striking. Go ahead.
Okay. After you pulled the second group of medications, what did you do with those?
I gave them to Jacob Deemer again.
And then what did you do after that?
I believe I was at the nurse's station.
And were you at the nurse's station with anyone?
I know Dr. Husel was there. I don't remember who else.
And without telling me what anyone said, what were you and Dr. Husel doing at the nurse's station?
Watching the patient on the monitor.
All right. At any point through the course of the night while you were helping with Mr. Timmons, do you recall anyone running out of Mr. Timmons' room and asking for help?
The only person that asked me for help personally was either Jacob or his preceptee, excuse me.
Sorry.
From there, I don't remember anything else.
Yeah. Let me rephrase it. Do you recall any of Mr. Timmons' family members running out and asking the medical team for help? And just to wrap up, do you still work, or you do not work at Mount Carmel anymore, correct?
No, I stopped working for them, I believe it was January of 2019.
And why did you stop working there?
Because they were reporting me to the Board of Nursing, and I did not feel like working in a hostile work environment.
And so you were reported to the Board of Nursing?
Okay, counsel, move
Yes, it
on.
was.
Move on.
All right. Can I ask why?
No.
Okay. I can ask that. Mr. Huron, are you currently employed?
Currently,
And are you looking for a job?
outside of nursing, yes.
No further questions.
Cross? Will you take down the screen so we can see his face better?
Yeah. Corinne, can you take that screen?
Please, the court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see me or hear me?
I can hear you just fine, thank you.
Okay. You testified on direct that you didn't feel like working in that environment for that hospital. Words to that effect. Do you recall that just now?
Yes,
Okay. When you had your interview with HR, did you tell them that you felt the leaders were taking small brush fires and putting them out with napalm? Does that sound like something you would
I
say?
don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you recall telling them that it was a big dose but not inappropriate?
I remember saying it was a good dose. I do not remember commenting on the appropriateness of it, quite frankly.
Okay. Did you tell them that you did research and that it was appropriate?
There were two sources of information for what would be determined according to what Mount Carmel gave us as a lethal dose of
Is that, let me
those
ask you,
medications.
my question was, did you tell them that?
Yes,
Okay. So after telling them that you did your own research and it was appropriate, did you also tell them that you had given 700 micrograms in your, how do you pronounce it, PACU experience? PAC?
not in one dose.
I'm sorry.
The most I've ever given in one single dose in the PACU is 100 micrograms.
Hold on just a second. I need you to answer just my question, okay? My question was, did you tell them that you had given 700 micrograms in your PACU experience?
Are you asking about one dose or through the course of the person's stay in
No,
PACU?
he's asking simply, did you tell them that you gave a 700 microgram dose?
I've never given a 700 microgram dose of fentanyl. No, I would not have told them that.
And you don't recall telling them that that you thought that the order was appropriate?
He's asked and answered that.
Oh, well, do you have? Were you given a copy of your interview with the HR department?
Not at the time. I believe that one was provided to me when I did my initial interview with the board, the Ohio Board of Nursing, but I do not have a copy of that on me.
Okay. Have you kept it?
I'm sure I have it somewhere, but this has been an ongoing 3-year process, and it's not, I don't know where it is.
I see that you have some papers in front of you, because I've noticed you looking down a few times. What do you have in front of you?
In front of me, I have the Ohio Board of Nursing judgment, which is a 77-page document that includes some quotes, but not everything verbatim.
Can you look at page 26 of your board testimony and see if you see that indication where you gave 700 micrograms? Actually,
You want to strike the question, ask a new one?
while he's pulling up page 26, let me know when you're ready.
I'm looking at page 26 of 71, correct? I'm making sure I'm looking at the right document.
Page 26, lines 4 through 11.
Why are these not there too? Do you have any way of putting it up there? Apparently these pages are not lining up.
He can't quite put it up there
Yeah, I
yet.
can't. Judge, just, if I can have a moment,
Yeah.
I want to just double check.
I can tell you with 100% certainty that I've never given a single dose of 700.
Just relax, sir. Okay? I'm gonna
Sorry.
get to you here.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Huron, do you have that transcript with you for the State Board of Nursing?
I have. Actually, the copy that Missouri sent me, which is supposed to be with, I have a copy of it, yes, but apparently the pages do not line up.
And can you elaborate on that 700 microgram dose that you were talking about? Was that given at once?
No, it was not given.
How was that given?
I don't remember the exact details, but typically.
Okay, stop. Stop. You don't remember the
Yes.
details? Next.
Okay. I do remember.
Hold on, relax.
Do you recall telling the State Board of Nursing in your testimony that this dose was accepted?
Objection.
Sustained.
Maybe approach.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Make yourself busy.
I good.
Objection sustained. Next question.
Mr. Huron, you testified that you have never given a 700 microgram dose of fentanyl. Is that correct?
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
I'll permit it.
I need clarification on if you're referring to at one time or over the course of the PACU stay.
Sorry, that's my fault. 700 microgram bolus of IV fentanyl one time.
No, I've never given 700.
What is the largest dose you've ever given in that?
Objection.
You're getting outside. Sustained.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. We're going to shut you off.
All right.
Okay. Do you guys want a quick 10 minutes, or do you want me to bring the young lady back and we'll continue on? Continue on? Nobody needs to go? No midstream? Okay. Let's bring her back in. Come here, ma'am. You're still under oath. Go ahead and get yourself comfortable. You ready? Ms. Menashe.
Just finding a document, Your Honor, one moment. One moment. Yeah, let me just look at the table. There's papers. One moment, Your Honor. I need this document. One of these days, documents will be like, find your phone. Where are you at? One moment, it's being reprinted. Oh, doesn't need to be. Boom.
Are you ready now?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Tell us, Christine Allison, that name belongs to who?
That's my mother.
And you are aware, are you not, that in January of 2019, your mother filed a civil lawsuit against Mount Carmel?
My mother did, yes.
Your mother did, correct? And she named Dr. Husel and John Doe pharmacist and John Doe nurse, correct?
I didn't know who was listed.
But you're here today with an attorney from the law office that represents her in the civil suit. Are you
I'm not here with him.
Sustained. Let's go silent.
I didn't know the names that were listed. Like, I didn't know there was John Doe's listed.
Right, and you know then, do you not, that this litigation is still pending?
It is, yes.
And you know then, based on your common sense and experience that you've testified to, that a conviction in this case would help your mom's civil suit.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that.
So let's go back to when you were in the ICU in July of 2018. There's been a lot of talk about you and your mother, but your husband at the time was there as well, correct?
My ex-husband, yes.
So he had time to get there, to get to the ICU that night.
We drove together.
And any other family members that were there?
No,
Because it was that close-knit family, is that true?
yes.
Do you have any other siblings?
I have a brother
And where does your brother live?
right now.
At the time, in 2018.
He lived in Gahanna.
And the chaplain was there?
Correct.
Same chaplain from the ER followed you and your mother and your husband at the time up to the ICU, correct?
Correct.
So that was continuity of care that went up with you to the ICU.
She followed us up to the ICU.
And didn't you remember her name?
Nope.
Don't remember her name.
No.
And then this conversation that you had with Dr. Husel, I remember your testimony about it on direct. You remember being interviewed by the Columbus Police Department, do you not?
By detectives, yes.
Yeah, of the Columbus Police Department.
Yes.
And that interview was in February of 2019, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but sure, yes.
Tell me something. How many times in your life have you been interviewed by the police?
I think like I was a juvenile. I got interviewed a few times.
So, and as an adult being interviewed by police, I assume that's a date that would stick out in your mind?
No.
Okay. Because, tell me, would you agree with me that your memory, just as a human, doesn't get better with time, does it?
No.
So, at some point in 2019, you had an interview with the Columbus Police Department, but you don't remember when, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that this interview is after, if you know, the filing of your mother's lawsuit.
No, I didn't know that.
This is, though, after, is it not, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, on and on. It's at least 6 months after the passing of Troy Allison, correct?
Correct.
First time that you're interviewed. Is that right?
Correct.
6+ months after the situation.
Correct.
Right? Want to talk about, obviously you were at Mount Carmel on the 2018. Have you ever had any other occasion in your life to go to Mount Carmel West?
Yes.
So you were familiar with the organization of Mount Carmel West, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk about the passing of Mr. Allison was in July of 2018. Let's talk about August of 2018. Fair to say you did not call the compliance line at Mount Carmel West and make any complaint with respect to the situation with Mr. Allison, correct?
I did not.
No. You also did not make such a call to anyone at Mount Carmel or the compliance hotline in August of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Or September?
Or following.
Or October,
Or
correct?
following. Correct.
Or November, correct?
Correct.
Or December, correct?
Correct.
Or into 2019, correct?
Correct.
Same thing. I'm assuming you have a cell phone or a landline?
Cell phone.
Okay. At no point in September of 2019, within the first 30 days, did you call 911? Correct? Reporting something nefarious that happened with your loved one, correct?
No, I did not call 911.
Nor did you do that in September, October, November, on and on and on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because when you were in the ICU with your mother and your then husband, a decision was made by your mother, was it not?
It was not.
Okay. So it's your testimony that someone at the hospital made a decision to palliatively extubate Troy Allison without your mother as the power of attorney or next of kin's permission.
Correct.
That's your testimony today.
She never explicitly said or agreed to a palliative extubation.
You didn't immediately call 911? Someone just killed my loved one? My mom never said do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me rephrase. No, you didn't call 911?
Objection.
You asked it already, if she ever called 911.
You didn't alert.
I didn't call anybody.
You didn't call anyone. And tell me, it has been evident today from your testimony that you are not a shy woman. Would you describe yourself as shy?
I'm not here to describe myself.
That's my question. Would you describe yourself as shy?
Are you a shy person?
I am. I'm an introvert. My heart rate's like 188 right now.
Okay. But you know what I think is, would you agree with me that you certainly know how to express yourself? Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. And you've done that today, have you not? When I've been asked a question, you answer it in your own capacity. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Yet you were telling this jury that someone in that hospital, Mount Carmel West, on July of 2018, took the life of Troy Allison without your mother's permission?
We were here going, Paul, and the light just went out, but now it's there. What happened?
Oh, it's back. It should be back now.
It says presentation. We're both checked? Okay. So clearly it was your fault for not being here to shut it down correctly. Gotcha. It's okay. Yeah, like you care.
I know you would, I know.
Another judge complained about you. I complain too, I don't complain about you. Right?
Where's the,
You said operate. Operate.
I'm consolidating costs.
I'm afraid to operate as a difference.
In the night.
In terms of, Williams attorneys are also operating in the night.
Everything's 500 degrees.
Continue to sell.
That's not good. That's a bit of a faux pas. When they asked us, what do you want to do about it? I want you to take care of it, is what I want. Well, that's not in our time schedule. I miss Woody so much, because Woody would get stuff done. And hope, call 5 and hope with the message you get across.
When I go back to my, when I was there, it's really like breath.
That's been our basement.
They brought it back to parking, the other day, just like they did, almost like they were charged back.
Yeah. I hate this new clock, by the way you put it up. It was higher before, so I didn't get all the reflection. I think it was higher, I'm not for sure. But now I can't see because of the reflections.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a wonderful break. We'll continue on this menagerie. Man, you're still there.
Good. How many times in advance of today did you meet with any one of the prosecutors in this case?
Once,
And when was that meeting?
yesterday,
And at that meeting or in preparation for your testimony, did they provide you with the ability to listen to your interview with the Columbus Police Department?
no,
Did they ask you if you wanted to listen to that interview?
no.
Did you not want to hear what you had to say closer in time to this event?
They didn't ask me, I didn't even think about it.
And in a different proceeding, you gave testimony as well, correct?
No. I
And
gave a deposition, is that the same thing?
I was trying to avoid getting to that word, yes.
Okay, sorry.
Nope. You gave a deposition, correct?
Correct,
And we're asked a bunch of questions about the facts and circumstances of this situation.
correct.
And when you answered the questions in your deposition, you were under oath, were you not?
Correct.
But when you gave the answers during your Columbus Police Department interview, they didn't put you under oath.
No, I don't think so, no.
But I can assume, given that your interview with the Columbus Police Department was your first interview, that you tried to be as honest and forthright as you could. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of shocking.
Well, the interview was more than 6 months after the incident, correct?
It was after Mount Carmel called us,
Mount Carmel called you
my mother.
and made you aware of the situation.
Correct,
And then after the call from Mount Carmel, you then had the interview with the Columbus Police Department.
correct.
So I just want to go back to your Columbus Police Department interview. Fair to say that when you were in that interview, you indicated that Dr. Husel was telling you that when the patient, Mr. Allison, is extubated, that he would give some medication so that he wasn't in pain. Do you remember Dr. Husel telling you that?
So I said I didn't remember this interview at all, and where we left off was that you were going to let me see it.
But my question right now is, do you remember Dr. Husel telling you that when Mr. Allison was going to be extubated, he would get medication that would relieve his pain?
He told my mother he would give him something to make him comfortable and then extubate him.
Okay. So your mother then, as did you, knew that he was going to be extubated.
I can't speak to what my mom's understanding was, but I had an understanding that he was going to withdraw the tube.
And you knew that the tube is a life support saving measure, correct?
So,
Yes or no? You knew that at the time, that a ventilator was keeping him alive.
no.
Okay. So, and isn't it true that you then told the police, yeah, to make him comfortable, we could extubate him, and then he assured that it would relieve the pain, and you said to the police, did you not, my mom said, okay.
Again, I don't remember this interview.
Okay? If I approach to show you, would it refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay.
Specifically, I've asked you about line 8, page 7, and the prosecutors do have an example of that.
Line 8.
And then I want you to read that loud, just review it, and then if it refreshes your recollection, I'll ask you some more questions. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the police officers in February of 2019?
Not independently, but I mean, I knew I had an interview with them. I read that, what you underlined, but I can't say I remember this.
So I guess we go back to what you said in our last time when we talked, is that memory doesn't get better with time.
Correct.
And to that point, I want to go back to the pH level, and whether or not you knew that it was a 6.5 at the time of Mr. Allison being in the hospital. Is your testimony that you knew it was a 6.5 or you did not know?
I didn't know.
If I may, would it help to refresh your recollection to see your statement to the police as to that issue?
Sure.
Protein.
So I said, I think he said.
The way that we do this is that after you have a chance to read it, then I ask you if reading that refreshed your recollection as to what you told the police. Does it refresh?
Does it refresh your recollection?
I think. No, it does. Sure.
Okay, and fair to say you told the police that he, I think, said 6.5, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And then I just want to go back to the decision, or your statements about the decision in the ICU. The chaplain that was with you from the ER to the ICU, that was a woman, was it not?
It was.
And she was with you the entire time?
No.
Okay, she wasn't, so if her note indicated that she was with you and your mother for 150 minutes, would that be incorrect?
Correct.
Correct, that would be incorrect?
Correct.
And then also, if the spiritual care provider's note, or the chaplain, indicated family opted to withdraw the ventilation support, knowing this patient did not wish to be on life support, that statement in the note from the spiritual care provider would also be incorrect?
Correct.
Correct, incorrect?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On cross, you were asked a little bit about Mr. Allison's medical history. You were asked about a prescription for morphine. Do you know anything about that prescription?
I did not.
So do you have any knowledge of whether or not it was filled or taken?
Right, I wouldn't know if it was filled or taken.
Okay. You discussed a lot on cross about coding, and you said continuous coding, all those things. So when Mr. Allison was taken from the ER to the CT, did he code?
No.
When you went up to the ICU, had he coded?
No.
Is that what you mean by being stable?
Yes, and I was directly told by Dr. Woodard. He stated if Troy remains stable.
Objection, Your Honor, is in hearsay.
Sustained. Rephrase.
I'll move on. About how long were you in the ICU before Dr. Husel began talking about life support?
Minutes, if that.
When reviewing the medical records from this visit, the last visit in July of 2018, do you know if there were ever any results of the CT?
After reviewing,
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the
Sustained.
scope. Move to strike that.
The lawsuit that your mother filed, Are you a party to that?
I'm not.
Do you stand to benefit anything from that lawsuit?
I do not.
Why is it that you never reported this to police?
I wish I had. In the moment when I was in the ICU, I asked a question, anticipating a response to understand or make sense of what I was being told. But essentially, that's my stepfather. And, you know, there's a reason why providers don't treat their family members like, you know, I have someone telling me something that's not seemingly making sense from what just transpired minutes ago. And I didn't think in that moment, one, it just didn't make sense. And so I didn't just immediately pick up my cell phone and dial 911 to make some random claim because I couldn't make sense of what was going on. I was only trusting a medical professional tell me things, although they didn't make sense to me.
Troy had been given?
No.
When did you become aware of that?
When Mount Carmel called my mom.
And how long after was that?
It was in December, like the end of December.
Of that same year?
Yeah.
When your mother agreed, let me go back. I don't want to elicit any statements from you. You testified originally, or a little while ago, that they were going to give him medicine to make him comfortable and take the tube out.
Correct.
What did that mean to you?
To me, I knew that he meant that he was going to extubate Troy. I assumed that he was going to give him, I didn't know what medications that would entail.
Prior to your mother agreeing to take the tube out, did she sign a DNR?
She did not.
Objection, Your Honor, as to speculation as to what her mother did or didn't do.
She was with her the entire time.
Okay, stop. It's the form of the question that's the problem.
Did you see your mother sign a DNR?
I did not see my mom sign a DNR until after Troy was dead.
Did you ever hear any explanations of the process to your mother?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, and that's an answer, yes.
Nothing further.
Please step down, thank you very kindly. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Ohio calls Lynn Marshall to the stand. Is this yours or hers? This stuff up here.
I think it's Diane.
All right, I'm just going to gather it up the way she has it and give it back to her.
I don't know, is that your stuff?
I don't know if that's my sister.
Is this your stuff? This gentleman.
Step over towards the door, and then I'll need you to remain standing. And raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please take a few seconds, be seated, make yourself comfortable. And if you you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
My name's Lynn Marshall, L-Y-N-N-M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L.
Thank you.
You guys hear him okay? You want a little volume? Little volume? You can knock it out a little better for me?
Say it again. My name's Lynn Marshall, L-Y-N-N-M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L.
Is that better? Okay.
How old are you, Mr. Marshall?
I'm 39,
Where'd you grow up?
Columbus, Ohio.
Who'd you live with growing up?
My mother.
Do you have any brothers or sisters or half-brothers and sisters?
My 2 half-brothers. We had different dads, James Timmons and Terry Timmons.
All right. Did you grow up with James Timmons?
Yes, sir.
What's James' middle name?
Nicholas.
What'd you call him growing up?
Nick.
All right. Where is he? He older than you, younger than you?
He's older.
He's your big brother?
Yes, sir.
Growing up in Columbus with your mom, did Nick live with you?
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, whether you two were close.
Very close.
All right. What'd you two do together growing up?
Pretty much everything that, young kids would do. Play in the woods, sports, just pretty much everything.
All right. At some point, you two grow apart?
Later in life, when he got a girlfriend later, 19, 20 years old, we drifted apart a little.
That happens. Your brother ever used illegal drugs?
Yes.
What's the first time you remember your brother using illegal drugs that you were aware of growing up?
He was a teenager, probably 15, marijuana.
All right. You ever use illegal drugs with him, or you ever use illegal drugs without him?
Yes.
When did you start using drugs?
11, probably around 11.
What'd you use?
Marijuana.
All right. You guys ever drink alcohol?
Yeah, I've had alcohol before too. Me personally, I was pretty young. Thought it was Kool-Aid. Wine cooler, about 5.
The wine coolers? All right. You guys ever progress beyond alcohol and marijuana?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the next drug you remember using?
Like psychedelics, cocaine.
All right. Well, those are, you mean acid and cocaine, or you mean just cocaine?
It went before acid, then later cocaine, yeah.
All right. Were you aware if Nick, James Timmons, your brother, half-brother, you ever see him use those drugs?
Yes.
Starting about what age, you and Nick getting into this?
We were teenagers. 15, 16, 17, around in there.
All right. When you two started drifting apart in your 20s, were you still using drugs?
On occasion, not an everyday thing.
All right. Was your brother still using drugs to your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
You ever go beyond the acid or the cocaine? You ever progress to anything else?
Yes.
What did you progress to?
It was later in life at the end, recently, heroin.
All right. When did you start using heroin?
I was 36 years old.
How old are you now?
35, 36. I'm 39. Wait, hang on. I rephrased that. About 33.
All right.
I was 33.
Do you know if your brother ever used heroin?
Yes, I do know of him using it.
When do you, to your knowledge, did your brother Nick start using heroin?
Around the same time I did.
So that would have been about 6, 7 years ago?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you start actually on the drug heroin, or were you using fentanyl, or do you know?
It progressed from a back injury. I started with Percocet.
Uh-huh.
And, they weren't prescribed, so when they got expensive, it was cheaper.
Cheaper to go to heroin.
To go to
You
heroin.
couldn't get the perks anymore?
Yes, sir.
All right. What about your brother?
Same situation.
All right. So about 6 years ago, you think?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would say about that.
All right. Tell the folks about your addiction, the course of your addiction. What happened?
Well, it started off all right, you know, find no problems. Later in life, as it progressed, and I got the heroin. On December 6, 2017, I overdosed and died for a few minutes. When I was revived and came back, I went to rehab, and I've been clean for 4 years, 2 months, and 13 days.
You clean today?
Yes, sir. From that, I do have marijuana in my system.
All right. Is that a prescription, or are you just
No,
getting
sir.
it from the street?
It's in the works to be a prescription, but yes, I did get it from the streets.
Why are you using marijuana?
It just helps me to sleep and cope. I don't sleep well. I don't eat. I'm very stressed from all this stuff.
You taking anything else to help you with your heroin addiction?
Well, as a safety net, I went to a clinic and I got Suboxone just because you can't use on it. It'll make you sick. So I just got it as a safety net just in case I thought about doing something.
Suboxone's like methadone. It's like the thing to level you out type thing?
Yes, sir.
Is that what that's like?
It's like a substitute.
Is that prescribed by a doctor or by the
Yes,
clinic?
sir. That is prescribed, and my doctor's the one that's looking in to get me all the other
All right.
stuff.
Where'd you go for rehab?
I went to a place called Cardinal Health in Gallipolis, Ohio.
All right. Was part of that going to Gallipolis? Had you ever lived there before? You ever been there before?
No, sir. A guy at the detox unit here in Columbus highly recommended it.
Get away from the people you use with and the
Objection,
places
Your
you
Honor,
use.
leaving. I also think what's relevant is at this point.
I'll give him a little leeway, it's transitional.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Ron.
Yeah, I thought it'd be better to get away from the hometown.
All right. What about your brother? Tell the jury what you know about what's going on with your brother's addiction to heroin.
I know of him, he was using it off and on, but when my mom passed away, it was more of a coping mechanism for him. I don't know to the extent of the use, like how much or anything, but it started worse after she passed away.
When did your mom die?
December 12th,
Relevance.
2017.
I'll permit it.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
December 12th, 2017.
Okay. Are you in rehab at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, I was not in rehab at that point, no.
Okay,
When
when did
my
you
mom died, no. I didn't go until January 2nd, 2018.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, after your overdose, when you died?
Yes, and I didn't know my mother has passed away until after I went to rehab.
All right.
Yeah.
At some point, did you complete the rehab in Gallipolis?
Yes, I completed it, then moved to a sober living facility.
Where is the sober living facility?
Huntington, West Virginia.
All right. You have family out there? You ever been out there before you went to go live in sober living out there?
Never been to Huntington. When I was a child, my mom's side of the family's from Coretta, South, West Virginia.
Okay. So you're out there, are you out there in October of 2018?
Yes,
Are you working while you're living at the sober living facility?
it's a requirement, yes.
What were you doing?
I worked at a meat packing plant.
All right. Now, prior to October 23rd of 2018, when's the last time you think you talked to Nick before that?
A few days before. I don't know the exact day, but it was a few days before. We were supposed to see each other that weekend because I only could come in on the weekend.
I'm sorry, what?
I can only come in and visit on the weekends. So it was a few days before the 23rd I talked to him.
You testified you two had grown apart. Had you two been growing together through your experiences?
Yeah, we'd come back together and apart all the time. We're like a lot alike, so we butt heads a lot. But we love each other. We were there whenever we needed each other, you know, but we had our own lives to live. But, yeah.
All right. So, at some point, did you receive a phone call from somebody regarding your brother's health condition in October of 2018?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who called you?
My brother's friend, Loon,
Spell that for the court reporter.
Loon.
Loon.
His real
That his
name's
real name?
Chris. His real name's Chris. I don't know his last name.
Loon calls you. For purposes of what you did next, can you tell the folks what Loon told you?
He told me my brother was in the hospital. He said that he was in there, overdosed. He found him in the basement of the neighbor's house.
Was he living at that neighbor's house, to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. What?
On there, and he went to roll him over, and he said his teeth were clenched and he was red, saying, "Help me." And he called an ambulance right away.
Okay. Loon got him to the hospital through an ambulance.
Yes, sir.
All right. What happened next?
I guess Loon got into a hospital. And,
No, not what Loon told you. What did you do next? You have this conversation, you know what's going on. What happened next?
I called my girlfriend. I was at a meeting at the time. I called her and asked her if we could go to Columbus.
Let me stop you there. What kind of meeting were you at?
I was at an NA meeting.
Narcotics Anonymous?
Yeah, a faith-based meeting. Yeah.
Who's your girlfriend?
Erica Hayes.
And is Erica living with you at the sober living place in Huntington?
No, sir.
Where's Erica?
She was in southern Ohio, Portsmouth.
Okay. Did Erica have a job?
Yes, sir.
Was she able to come right away?
No, sir.
What happened next?
We talked, and she talked to the people where she was at and she could come the next day after work.
Okay. Did she do that?
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
She came and picked me up in Huntington, and we made the 3-hour trip to Columbus.
Where did you go when you got to Columbus?
Straight to Mount Carmel West Hospital.
What date was this? Do you recall what date it was?
It would have been the 24th, I think. It would have been a Wednesday.
Okay.
I think it was Wednesday the 24th,
All right.
I think.
Before you had gotten to the hospital, the day before, did someone from the hospital, not Loon, Chris, but did a doctor or anybody call you from the hospital regarding your brother and ask permission for something?
Yes, I had a doctor called me, and he asked permission to cut my brother's leg open. I don't remember the doctor's name.
Okay.
They said that from laying on his side that the muscle wasn't breathing or something. They had to cut the leg open where the muscle could breathe.
All right.
Yeah.
And they needed your permission to proceed?
He needed my permission to cut his leg open, yes.
All right. Did Nick have a wife or anybody else to speak for him?
No.
Did he have a son? Does he have a son?
He does have a son.
Did he have a relationship with that son?
No.
Okay. So they're calling you, are you his next closest person to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you hear about the surgery, you get there the next day, you go right there, what happens next?
I got to the hospital. We get back into the ICU. A nurse walks us to his room. She told me that he was sedated. I see him laying there with, tubes and stuff in his mouth. I grabbed him and I shook him like, "Nick, I'm here. Nick, I'm here."
You shook your brother in the ICU?
Yes. I grabbed his shoulders and I shook him and told him I was here. And he woke up and he looked at me, and I told him that I was here and that I loved him and everything's be okay. And he was shaking his head and crying, trying to talk with the tube in his mouth and get out of the bed. And the nurse, she kind of, held him back from getting up.
The nurse held him back from getting up, is that what you said?
Yeah, like trying to get out of the bed. He was trying to raise up. Yeah.
What happened next?
I was crying ecstatically and just telling him how much I love him, just holding him. talking to him. I don't know much of what was going on around me at the time.
How long do you think you were there?
When we got out, I don't know, I don't know, I was about maybe an hour, because it wasn't visitation time.Maybe less, I don't know, I couldn't keep track of time.
Do you remember what time of the day it was?
It was a 3-hour trip. She got there about 4, so I mean, it had to be 7, 8-ish.
Okay. At some point, are you asked to leave the ICU?
Yes.
And do you know why you were asked to leave the ICU?
It wasn't visiting time. At that time, she gave me, because I was the first family member to show up, she gave me time to see him, and she made me leave until visiting time, and it was 10 or 10:30 was visitation.
The next day or that night?
That night, a few hours later.
Okay, so where did you go after you were made to leave your brother's bedside?
We went to Tim Hortons, and we got a coffee. I think I got hot chocolate.
Is that the Tim Hortons in the hospital, or did you leave the hospital?
The one in the hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened next?
We came back up, and we tried to go in, and they made us wait out in the waiting room. We waited out there almost, 2.5, 3 hours.
What happened next?
Then they finally let us go back in to see my brother, and we went back in there. This time it was a shift change. There was a different nurse.
Was it, can you describe this nurse first? Did you get a name? Do you know who this person was?
I don't remember his name. He was little, blonde hair, kind of stocky.
Okay. So it was a man, little, stocky, blonde hair.
Yep.
What happened next?
He was talking to us. I can't recall everything that he was talking about.
This is the little blonde-haired nurse?
Yes. And then my brother's, his girlfriend on and off, she was there, so we were talking to her for a few minutes too. Her name was Jamie. I remembered her name.
I'm sorry.
Her name was Jamie.
This is your brother's
His
girlfriend?
on and off girlfriend, yeah.
Okay. So Jamie's there, you're there. Is your girl there? Is your
Yeah, my
girlfriend
girlfriend
there?
was there too.
Okay.
And the nurse was talking to us. I can't remember everything he was talking about, but I didn't go straight to my brother this time. He was talking.
And I'm sorry.
I didn't go straight to my brother this time when we went back. I listened to the nurse.
You're listening to the blonde-haired nurse?
Yes.
Little blonde-haired nurse. Okay.
Yep.
What happened next?
We was talking, everything, and, I'm looking at my brother, and I walk over by him and all that stuff, and, I'm just still crying and going through everything, and then I don't know, I brought up something about, leaving and going home, and coming back later in the week, and the nurse told me that I shouldn't leave because my brother probably wouldn't make it through the evening.
Was this a surprise to you that you're hearing from this little blonde-haired nurse that your brother's not going to make it through the evening?
Yes, because the nurse I seen before him, and that day said my brother was fine and it was okay to come back Friday, that he had a long road of recovery. It'd be a long one, but it'd be fine to come back on Friday because we worked. Yeah.
Was it explained to you what had happened between the time the woman nurse talked to you and the little blonde-haired nurse is talking to you?
No, sir.
When you say go home, did you mean go home to somebody in Columbus? Or?
To go to West Virginia and come back Friday.
All right. Did you have a job you had to get to?
Yes, sir.
And were you still under the constraints of the sober living requirements?
Yes.
I'm gonna give him a little leeway here, transitional, come on.
Thank you. So you have this conversation now with the evening nurse. What happens next?
He tells me that I shouldn't go far. My brother wasn't going to make it through the night. And, he was just talking and explaining a lot of the you know, medical stuff he was hooked up to, and stuff like that. He explained what was going on.
Speak up, I'm gonna step back here.
He was explaining, like, you know, what my brother was hooked up to and what was going on with him and stuff. He was telling me his organs were failing and stuff like that.
All right. What happened next?
Pretty much more of him talking about that stuff. Because I was...
Your Honor, it's clarification as to who the he is?
The male nurse was still talking about, you know, more of the things that was going on with my brother, because I was confused about why I had to, you know, need to be here and possibly make a decision or not go home. I wasn't understanding, and he was explaining to me all the stuff that was going on with my brother, like his organs failing, and he could be brain dead, like his brain was put in fry oil.
Okay, what's that who told you your brother's brain had been put in fry oil?
He said that he was brain dead, like it was put in fry oil, the blonde-headed nurse.
Okay, he's saying it's like your brother, like
Yeah.
not literally.
Yeah.
Like using a metaphor. Okay.
Yes, like his organs were failing and brain dead. Like, yeah, his brain was fried.
So with this information, what did you do next?
I honestly do not remember. I don't remember what happened after that. I was probably crying, and yeah.
At some point, did you make a decision to leave the hospital that night?
Yes, sir. It was really overwhelming, and there wasn't much I could do. My brother was asleep, and I worked all day. It was a long trip in, so I thought I would go home and try to get some sleep and come back early in the morning.
When you say go home, do you mean Huntington, or did you have a place locally to stay?
Sorry about that. My girlfriend's, her sister, we were going to go stay at her house.
Was
Your
hers?
Honor, may we approach?
Yeah. Okay. Awful quiet. Mr. Zine, do you remember your last question?
I do, Your Honor, thank you.
Would you repeat it again for the benefit of the witness and me?
My last question concerned whether you went, when you say you decided to go home, did you mean West Virginia home to the sober living house, or someplace, did you have a place local?
I went to my girlfriend's sister's house.
So, before we move on as to what happened next, and I'm standing back here just because you are very soft-spoken, and I want you to speak up so I can hear you, so everyone can hear you, okay?
Yes.
How long have you been sober?
4 years, 2 months and 12 days.
You said that you take Suboxone.
Yes, sir.
Does that affect your ability to perceive what's going on right now as you testify?
No, sir.
You say you've taken some marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Does that affect your ability to perceive and recall things as you sit up there on that stand right now?
No, sir.
All right. So you go to your sister girlfriend's house. What happens next?
We get there, my kids were there, so I said hello to my kids, and I think I got a bite to eat and laid down.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
My phone ringing.
Did you pick it up?
Yes.
For purposes of what you did, who called you and what did they say?
The hospital was calling, and they were asking me if I wanted to do a DNR order on my brother. They said he flatlined or something, so they were calling to ask, and I told them to save him. I told them to save him.
Okay.
I wouldn't give them a DNR order.
They called you out on the phone. Do you remember what time of the night this was?
It was around 1.
Do you know who this person was that called you?
No, it was a lady nurse.
Okay, so not the little blonde-haired nurse.
Not this time, no.
All right. What happened next? Did you go back to the hospital? What did you do in response to that phone call?
I went back to sleep.
Phone disabled. Did you understand what a DNR was?
Yes.
What, in your mind, what was your understanding of what they were asking you to do?
Do not resuscitate. Don't save him. Let him die.
What happened next?
I went back to bed, and I don't know if I got more phone calls. I don't know if I answered the next one or not. I missed a couple of them. But then there was...
I'm going to stop you there. Could you tell by looking at your phone who was calling you?
Yes.
And who was calling you by looking at your phone, the ones you didn't answer?
Mount Carmel.
All right. What happened next?
I got another phone call. I answered it. Same thing. Asked me about a DNR order with my brother, and I told him to save him again. And then again, I got another phone call. I said the same thing. After this one, I got up and I went back to the hospital.
How many calls do you remember receiving from Mount Carmel after you had gone home to go to bed?
3 to 5.
All right. And how many times do you remember speaking to someone from Mount Carmel?
I think 3 times.
And did each time they ask you to agree over the phone to a DNR?
Yes, sir.
And then each time they asked you over the phone for a DNR, what was your answer?
Save my brother.
All right. So you decided to go back to the hospital?
Yes.
What time do you recall this being?
Had to be 1, 2 in the morning.
Okay.
I think, yes.
Did you go by yourself or did somebody go with you?
Me and my girlfriend.
All right. How far? When you get there?
This time, same thing, went up to the room. I see my brother. I was met by the nurse. Jamie was still there, and there was another nurse, a female nurse.
So the blonde-haired nurse is there, and now there's a female nurse?
Yeah, a young lady. She was a trainee or something, he said.
The blonde-haired nurse told you it was his trainee?
Yep.
Okay. For purposes of what happened, what, if anything, did the blonde-haired nurse tell you?
He was just telling me that while I was gone, the phone calls they made, it was because my brother, he needed resuscitated or flatline. That's why they made the phone calls to me before I came there. Yes.
All right. Do you know if the blonde-haired nurse was one of those 3 to 5 phone calls made to you?
I think he did call once.
All right.
I think I might have talked to him.
So, did this blonde-haired nurse tell you anything about himself when talking about doing a DNR on your brother?
He told me a story about him and his family and his grandpa. When his grandpa was passing away, he told me a story about that.
Okay. Now, did the doctor that was taking care of your brother that night, to your memory, did he ever come up to you and talk to you about your brother's medical condition?
Never.
Did the doctor that was taking care of your brother that night ever come up to you and talk to you about your brother's prognosis, meaning, is he going to get better or not?
Never.
Did that doctor who was taking care of your brother that night ever come up to you and talk to you about do not resuscitate or palliative extubation or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did that doctor ever come up to you and explain to you the medications they would give and the doses they would give if you agreed to a palliative extubation?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to the doctor that was caring for your brother that night?
I never talked to him personally, only when I left the hospital after they gave, after everything with my brother, he said, sorry for your loss. That's it.
That's the only time he ever said a word to you?
Yep.
All right. So the blonde-haired nurse is telling you about his grandpa passing. Mm-hmm. What happens next?
He was just telling us, a story about him and how, it don't have to be such a tragic thing to take your family off the life support. He was talking about, his family got together and, put on some music, and when they took his grandpa off his life support or whatever, they pretty much was just, put him in a real comfortable, happy place and kind of, celebrated his way out.
Did he tell you about the process if you agreed to a DNR, to a palliative extubation? Did he talk to you about what would happen medically to your brother?
All I remember, he just said that all this, he would take him off everything that he was on. Take out the breathing tube.
You're dropping down again.
He said he would take out the breathing tube.
Okay. Did the nurse tell you anything about the medications they would give?
No, sir.
Did the nurse tell you that they could slow his breathing down and possibly shorten his life?
No.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about that?
No,
the medications?
Nothing about medication.
All right. Did he tell you anything about your brother's prognosis, about the likelihood of your brother?
Your Honor, ask and answer at this point.
I was asked about the doctor, I'm now asking about the nurse.
I'll permit it.
Ask and answer this to the nurse too.
Permit it.
Short nurse.
It was permitted, overruled.
Did the nurse tell you anything about your brother's prognosis?
He really didn't say much, just the stuff about what he was on and then the organ failing and stuff, nothing else.
So he talked about his organs failing?
Yeah. His kidneys, and he said something about a lot of potassium in his blood, You know, other than that, I really don't remember.
Okay. At some point after talking to the nurse, did you agree to a DNR?
Yes, because everything that he told me, it just sounded like there was no other option.
All right. Did you feel rushed in this process?
Objection, leading.
Sustain, rephrase.
What, if anything, did you feel during this process?
It was also unreal to me. Like, I didn't know really what all I felt. It happened really, really fast. You know, later I second guessed myself, but at that time I just did what I thought was right. I didn't want my brother to suffer or anything from what I heard. Yeah.
Were you told your brother was suffering on the machine?
No.
Describe what your brother looked like while he was on the machine.
It was sad, you know. He was, well, the first time I went, you know, he actually woke up, you know, talked to me and stuff. Well, he didn't talk, he moved his head, so, you know, he was, you know, moving. But then the next 2 times that came, he didn't move the second time, and then the third time he felt different. So each time was different.
The third time, that's what I'm talking about. Did your brother, was he moving, was he grimacing?
No, he looked totally different from the last 2 times. His eyes going different direction, and his skin felt like a totally different texture. It was cold. It didn't feel like, you know, like I would touch my skin. It was totally different.
Did he appear to you to be in pain?
No, sir.
What happened next?
Well, if it's at the point where we're gonna take the breathing tube out and all that stuff, he put us in a separate room. He, as the male nurse, me, my girlfriend, and Jamie. We were probably in that room 25, 30 minutes.
Okay. What happened next?
We sat in there. I guess they were prepping him for everything. They were going to take the breathing tube and everything out, and to give us time to, you know, spend time with him for the last minutes, however long he would last after the breathing tube was taken out.
Were you allowed to come back into the room after the breathing tube had been taken out?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, as far as I knew, the breathing tube was taken out, and my brother had limited time, so I went in there and I just grabbed him real tight and was talking to him in his ear and telling him how much I loved him and how, you know, I was a little mad at him for the decision he made, and that I miss him, and, you know, that he'd go be with Mom and my other brother. You know, I'd miss him and see him eventually, you know.
Do you have a water back there for him? Would you like a little bit of water there, sir?
Please. I'm sorry. Mr. Marshall.
Yeah,
All right.
my bad.
All right. Drink of water and we gotta go on.
Thank you, appreciate it. Go ahead.
All right. At some point, did it appear to you your brother had stopped breathing?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, I laughed because he scared me. You know, a couple of times I thought he stopped breathing, I was holding him, you know, I had him close and talking to him, and then I thought he was done, so I said a few more things and leaned back, looked at him, then he like gasped for air, like it sounded like that happened twice. He scared the crap out of me twice, and then it was over. I don't know how long it was. It seemed like it was over fast, but probably like 10 minutes maybe. I don't know.
When he did that, when he thought he was done breathing, and then he did that gasping thing, started breathing.
Yeah, he wasn't done. I thought he was, yeah.
Did you run out and ask for help at any point?
No, I just jumped back and was crying, and I was like, you would do that, you know, something funny, but yeah. No, I never left the room, ever.
Do you know your girlfriend or his girlfriend ran out? Do you have a memory of them running out and asking anyone for help?
No one ever left the room. We stayed there and enjoyed every last minute with him that we could until it was done.
In the 25, 30 minutes they had you in that other room as they're getting them ready, did you see if could you see if people were going in and out of your brother's room?
No, he was in the room, and the door was closed, like a closet kind of. Wasn't a real big room.
And so when they brought you back in to spend the last time your brother had with them, did a nurse or anybody come in and give him a second dose of medicine or a dose of medicine in your memory?
No, sir. Okay. They left us in there until when it was done, we came out, and then that was it. I let them know.
What happened next?
I don't remember much after that. It was done. We sat there and talked to each other, me and my girlfriend, and Jamie, his girlfriend. I don't remember what the nurse said or anything like that. And we probably stayed around about 5 minutes, and then we left. And as we were walking to leave the ICU, and he said, "Sorry for your loss." Dr. Husel said, "Sorry for your loss."
You call him Dr. Husel. Did you know his name that night?
I didn't know who he was. No.
I believe you mentioned that Nick, James Timmons, had a son.
Yes.
Was that an adult son he had?
Yes, he's an adult now.
Did Nick's son come to the hospital that night?
He did. I got a hold of his mother. I didn't have no way to get a hold of him. I haven't seen him in years, and I guess she got a hold of him, and he showed up at the hospital. It was sometime after I left and before I came back. Yeah.
But you still remained the contact and the power of attorney for your brother.
What is this?
After his son was there, you were still the power of attorney, the person to make the call whether to do the DNR.
They called me and they told me that they tried to get Shane to give a DNR order, and he told him that he didn't know his father that well to give it to his uncle, me.
Okay. Now you know Dr. Husel's name now, don't you?
I do now, yes.
All right. Did you, at some point, get contacted from the hospital regarding the death of your brother?
Yes.
When do you think that was?
It was after Christmas, maybe a few days after Christmas time.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't think it was New Year's yet. I think the first call came before New Year's.
How many times did they call you?
3 times.
Why'd they have to call you 3 times?
3 different investigators, I guess.
Okay. But these were people from the hospital?
From what they told me, yes.
All right. What happened next?
They just called and told me they were investigating the dosage of medications my brother got at the hospital. They said that he was over.
Objection, Your Honors, to what they said.
Sustained, rephrase.
All right. Based on what they said, what did you do?
I just asked them if my brother felt any pain, and they said he shouldn't have, and I said okay and hung up on him.
All right. At some point, were you interviewed by the police about this?
I got a phone call.
All right, when was that?
It was I don't know if it was like during, like the investigators calling me or after, but I was at work one day and got a phone call.
You were interviewed over the phone by somebody that identified themselves as a police officer?
Yeah, as a Columbus detective.
All right. Did you give a statement?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, sir, did you or someone, or you as the representative of the brother's estate, have you retained counsel and are engaged in litigation against Mount Carmel and Dr. Husel?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you do that based on those 3 investigators from the hospital calling you?
I did it based off the third one.
What the 3rd investigator told you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what I marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 11A. Did you agree that they would give him 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll permit it.
No, sir.
Did you agree that they would give him 10 milligrams of midazolam at the same time?
No, sir.
Same ruling.
Did you agree that then they could give him another 10 milligrams of hydromorphine?
No, sir.
Same ruling.
And did you agree that they could give him 10 more milligrams of midazolam during this palliative extubation?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Menashe?
Yes.
What? Is your box empty there?
Yeah. I didn't notice.
Yeah, I've got this one, David. You can give over there.
Appreciate it.
He's gonna come up behind you here in a second.
Thank you.
While we're doing that, I left my pen and stuff. If I may just grab it real quick, so I should be great with. Thank you.
Good enough? Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Menashe.
No, I was just waiting. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Diane Menashe on behalf of Dr. Husel.
Lynn Marshall, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Got some questions for you that kind of going to ask you some follow-up about what you testified to on direct and maybe some other questions, but shouldn't take too long. So want to start with those phone calls that you talked about getting in the night when you were at your house. Do you remember that testimony about you got a series of calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Visualize, if you could, when you left the hospital that night, before getting the calls, was your brother intubated or not intubated?
He was asleep. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did he have the tube down his throat?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the ventilator? He did?
Yes, ma'am.
When they placed those calls to you, based on your memory, your testimony would then be that he was on the ventilator?
As far as I know, yes.
And had you left your phone number with the hospital to call you in case of an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you told on the call that it was, what was happening was a code situation?
They said, like, flatlined or something like that, I guess.
Okay.
Does that mean it's the same thing?
Well, when you use flatline, is that a word that someone actually told you on the phone, or is that kind
I would say, like, someone dying, flatlining, crashing, need help, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm only trying to get to, sometimes we hear things that are said and then we kind of twist, we turn them into a word that it means to us. And so I'm just trying to figure out, is flatline, you were told something and the way you perceived it was they said flatline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have, and in your testimony in direct, it was that they kept calling and asking for permission to DNR him. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've given previously sworn testimony in a deposition. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And just like today, when you gave that, you were under oath. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that deposition, did you not say that I told them to save him and they would ask me, and then I told them to save him, and they'd call back and say he's stable again?
Yes, I did get a phone call saying he was stable.
And then you indicate in your deposition they called again and asked the same thing, and then called back and said he's stable again.
Mm-hmm.
So fair to say then that actually the calls were to call you to tell you of the status, which is he was in cardiac arrest, he was in the process of dying. They called you and told you that, right?
Yes.
And then there was an update call where they called, actually, we saved him, he's okay?
Yes.
And you must have been relieved to hear that?
Yes.
And then there was another call to say, wait a second, he's gone into arrest again.
Yeah, and they
right?
kept trying to get me to DNR, yes.
Okay, but then they saved him again?
Yep.
Okay. And these calls you indicated were made by a woman's voice.
Yes.
How many times have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
Can't recall. A few times.
A few times, like 1 or 2, 2 or 3, if you could give me an estimate.
2 or 3.
Okay. And at any point in time during those meetings, did they ever show you some photos with respect to... Ever done that either with you?
No, ma'am.
And the same thing with the woman's voice that called you those multiple times. Have you ever been asked to see if you could speak with someone and maybe identify whose voice that was?
No, ma'am.
I'm assuming, though, that that voice and those calls, those stuck out in your mind.
Yeah.
And with respect to, and I say this for sake of completion, not because I'm trying to be anything other than Dr. Lawyer's or Dr. Hussel's lawyer. But you mentioned that you use marijuana to help you sleep.
Yeah.
So I want to go back through a number of things that you testified to, if we could. I know that you talked about, or you were asked about, your brother's drug use
Yes.
up to and around the time of this incident. You're aware, are you not, based on what Loon told you, that he came into the hospital in an overdose situation?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that what Loon had told you about how he found him. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And today in your testimony, you mentioned that Loon had said that your brother had spoken to him in some way. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
But do you remember actually in your deposition, when you were asked about that, you indicated that he found him after several days and immediately he called the police and there was no mention of him talking to him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
Fair to say you weren't there when he was found?
I was not there.
And you were asked a number of questions about drug use, heroin, cocaine. Sometimes, based on your experience and the questions you were asked on direct, sometimes you can use heroin and cocaine at the same time.
Who did?
Anyone, you could.
If they wanted to.
and heroin is oftentimes injected through needle.
Can be.
And I'm assuming you know, just through your experience, and also really through your rehab, that using heroin could kill you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that using any type of opioid like that could kill you.
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes there can be an overdose situation and someone can be saved,
Yes.
like maybe with Narcan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming, and I say this sadly so, that you know people that have overdosed and not been saved.
Yes, ma'am.
And so probably when you got the call from Loon, based on what you knew about your brother's drug history, wasn't a total surprise.
Yeah, it was a surprise that day. Yes.
It was a surprise.
Yeah, I didn't want to get that phone call.
Sure. And that's why, understandably, you joked, but you were mad at him at the end, right? It's because he had made that choice.
Yeah, there's, I guess, a little mad, yes.
So going back to the conversations that you had with the male nurse that you describe as, was it short? Tell me how you described the male nurse's height.
Short, blonde hair, little stocky. He's just smaller than me.
Okay, and tell the jurors how tall you are.
5'10",
So the nurse would be
5'6", 5'7".
5'6", 5'7".
Yeah.
And you distinctly remember that the male nurse was shorter than you.
Yes, ma'am.
With some hair?
I don't remember if it was long or not.
Okay.
It was blonde.
Okay.
You know, it might have been short.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And those are details about the nurse that you provided to Columbus Police Department
Yes, ma'am.
and to the prosecutor's office?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we've talked about you giving some interviews, or giving an interview with, you gave your deposition. You've given some interviews to media outlets as well, have you not?
Yes.
I think I noted that you've spoken to Channel 4, 6, 10, and 28. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And those media interviews all followed the filing of your lawsuit in this case, did they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are actually the person that filed the lawsuit against Mount Carmel West and Dr. Husel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that case is still pending?
Yes, ma'am.
I assume that you filed that case to win that case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll permit it, but
I don't think anybody would file a case to lose.
And that's a civil action, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified about the calls with respect to your brother's legs. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true, actually, that when you were called for permission as to whether they could do the surgery, you were told that if they weren't able to do the surgery, then they would have to amputate?
They said if there was a chance that they didn't do it, that he would lose his leg.
And so, based on the information that you were given, you gave permission?
Yes.
And certainly, you were called because, were you the listed next of kin for your brother?
I don't know if I was listed. I just think that his friend gave him my name, and I was probably the only one they could get a hold of.
Okay. But you didn't have anything in writing saying that you were your brother's durable power of attorney?
No, ma'am.
Or that you were the individual that was to be making decisions with respect to his life care?
For his leg, no.
I know you mentioned Jamie's name being the girlfriend of Mr. Timmons. I'm sorry, being the girlfriend of your brother. Fair to say even back in 2000, you didn't know her last name?
No.
And I asked that because the prosecutor, when he was talking about how close you were or weren't with your brother, of course you're always brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as you had gotten older, you certainly didn't see each other with the frequency that you did when you were kids, right?
No, ma'am.
And your lives went in different directions.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you never spoke to Dr. Husel.
No, ma'am.
Tell me, how many hours do you think you were at the hospital total visiting your brother? Just an estimate.
Like through it all
Yeah.
until it was over, like after everything.
Sure, like from when when you got the call from Loon, and you went there the first time to the end.
Well, from 7 to 10, that's about 3. Maybe 6 hours. I guess.
And
5, 6 hours.
so, and do you know the date upon which your brother entered the hospital?
August 23rd, I think. Or the 20th, yeah.
August 23rd of what year?
2018.
Give me one moment if you could.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she's asking me. It's okay. She's asking me.
Oh, my fault.
Well, and asking just general question. I just want to show you something instead of telling you, but would it surprise you to know that it was actually October and not August?
I must have heard you wrong.
So the hospitalization that we're speaking about with respect to your brother was in October?
Yes, October.
And tell me, do you remember the date then of your brother's passing?
October 24th, 2018.
And do you remember then that he got to the hospital on the 22nd?
It would have to be the 22nd.
Okay, so like. Did you go to the hospital the first day that your brother was there?
No, ma'am. I went the next day.
Didn't go the.
I couldn't. No.
And so any codes were you didn't speak to Dr. Husel that day because you weren't there.
Never spoke to him.
And then on the 23rd, did you go during the day?
No, ma'am.
You just went at the night.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the 23rd bled into the 24th. Is that your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
And so during all of this time, your testimony to this jury is that the only person that you had conversations with respect to your brother's care or status on the 23rd, 24th was this male nurse that you don't know the name of.
No, ma'am.
And you seem like an individual that would ask questions if you had a question. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, in the right frame of mind.
Well, right frame of mind, like right frame of mind sober?
No, I'm saying being able to think. When I got to the hospital, seeing my brother that way, it was traumatic.
So when you got to the hospital seeing your brother intubated, that was traumatic, that he was on the full machine?
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony is that you first saw that on the 23rd when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that caused you, is it caused you stress, I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, it was trauma. It was not good.
And were you emotional?
Yes, ma'am. Very.
You were very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously had never seen your brother like that before?
No, I've seen him like that before.
Because he's overdosed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How have you seen your brother like that before?
He got smacked in the eye with a baseball bat.
The incident where he almost lost his eyesight.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you visited him at that time as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And so here you are back again in 18, and he's in the ICU.
Yes, ma'am.
And I assume, based on just the condition and that you're on an ICU floor, that you understood that this was a serious situation with your brother.
Yeah.
Male nurse talking to you all those times, telling you about his grandfather was your testimony. At no point in time did you testify about asking to talk to any doctor. Would you agree with me on that?
I did not.
And in addition to you, Jamie was there, and then also, was there one other person there, or just you and and your girlfriend, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And all of you were there. Were you either in the waiting room, in the room itself, or in the room next door? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Although at one point you said that you went down and got some coffee at the Tim Hortons in the hospital.
Yeah, we did.
Was there, do you recall, testified as a second nurse? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, young lady.
And what does she look like?
She was just a young lady. Might have had dirty blonde hair.
And at any point in time in these meetings with the prosecutor or meetings with Mount Carmel, have you ever been shown any pictures like, is this the nurse that?
No, ma'am.
No.
Nope.
So you don't know that individual's name to this day?
No, ma'am.
And that female nurse was also present in the room when conversations were being had about end of life, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, like, was she shadowing the male nurse, or what was your impression of that?
He was shadowing her.
Oh, he was shadowing her.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
He was doing the talking, but like she was on a computer and stuff, and he was letting her handle stuff, telling her what to do.
Okay, and so was she on that computer in the room, like standing up typing? And... No, where was
Sitting.
she? She was sitting.
Yeah.
She was sitting in the room typing, and he was doing most of the talking.
Mm-hmm.
If you recall, this time you're there, individuals that come into the room wear like badges, do they not, with their pictures on them?
They probably do. I didn't look at it.
And then at some point, you were provided information about your brother's status, and you made the decision with respect to the extubation. Is that correct?
Extubation.
Having the tube taken out. And
Yes, ma'am.
And the life support ended.
I agreed to that. Yes.
Yes. Well, you made that decision, right?
Yeah, after everything the nurse told me, yes.
And, I mean, then that included the story about the grandfather, right? And it seemed as if from your direct that the nurse talked to you, according to your testimony, for some time about their own personal history, your brother's condition, and the decision itself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, not only did that kind of robust conversation happen, you then testified that you were in a secondary room for 25 or 30 minutes. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you were in the room with Jamie and your girlfriend during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you talking to one another in that room?
Yeah, there was a little talking, not much.
But you had privacy there, did you not?
Yeah, we was in there alone.
Yeah. And at no point in time during the 25 or 30 minutes did you come out and say, I've changed my mind, right?
No, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor.
Judge, you have a hand here by the jurors.
You're gonna need a break here in 2 seconds?
I have to use the restroom. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can you wait 2 seconds?
I can wait 2 seconds.
Okay, my time's up already. Okay, can we just take 10 minutes here, let everybody stretch their legs? David, call everybody up.
All rise.
I could probably use the same stop myself. Remember
My co-counsel's saying no, so no.
To enforce, you know, we could tell people and we'd hope they'd be honest, but it's out there in the world on digital media and it's on the news and stuff, so we're not asking for one, and just let the chips fall.
Especially with my role, I look to the lawyers on enforcement issues. If we have a violation, I look to you all first. My general rule is, once the order is issued, you guys are to police your own.
Yeah.
And if there's a violation, then I deal with you first.
Yeah, and even without the formal request by anybody on the record before this and still not having one, we've been asking witnesses through their attorneys.
Okay.
We're gonna walk behind you here, Diana. Just don't want you to be surprised. We hang back right here. Let me get your box.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, go ahead and make yourself comfortable there. Sir, remember you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Menashe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more questions. Circling back to your testimony on direct about the series of calls that you received from Mount Carmel Health System employees. Do you remember that line of testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to go back then to Christmas of 2018. So same year that your brother passed.
Okay.
2 days later, does that sound right, on December 27th, when you started getting those calls from Mount Carmel employees?
It could have been around then.
So around Christmas time, does that?
It was after Christmas.
Okay, after Christmas you got a call, and you engaged or you participated in a call, did you not, at about 9:39 a.m. with several people on the line? Do you remember that phone call?
No, ma'am.
You don't?
No. I only remember talking to one person.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to say that you were on the phone with the Dr. Brady or
Tom Brady. I remember Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
Yes.
Because
there's only, yeah.
because I think during the call you made a comment about Tom Brady and the Patriots,
yes,
right?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't say what you said about the Patriots, but but now that we're talking Tom Brady, not the Giselle Tom Brady, the Dr. Tom Brady, that jogs your memory as to this call?
I thought he the third one to call me.
Okay, and when you were on the phone call with him, you said, quote, glad you did give him more. Do you remember saying that about your brother, that you were glad that they gave him more?
No, ma'am. I said the same thing to all of them. Did he feel anything? I don't remember saying that. No, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that you were content with him being comfortable and you just wanted him to be pain-free?
Yeah, I said that to all three of them.
And the fact that during the phone call with Tom Brady, he reassured you, did he not, that you did the right thing?
I don't remember him telling me I did the right thing.
Okay. Do you remember how long the call even lasted?
I do not.
Well, tell me this. It's now March of 2022.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, it's March. Yes.
And the events that we're talking about were all the way back in 2018, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So almost 4 years ago, 3 and some plus years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say a significant amount of time or events in your life have happened between then and now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just as a person and human, your memory's not getting better with time, is it?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Referring back to the cross-examination there with Ms. Menashe, you don't recall having Dr. Husel talk to you at all except when he said at the end, "Sorry for your loss."
Yeah, that's it.
Did you see where Dr. Husel, did you, now knowing what he looks like or finding out later what he looked like, did you see that man there that night?
Yes.
Where was he in
Nurse's
relation to your
station.
brother's room?
The nurse's station?
Did you see that little blonde-haired nurse go and talk to him several times
Yes.
during, when he was talking to you about DNR your brother?
He said he needed to talk to the doctor.
But that doctor never came in and talked to you.
No, sir.
Referring to the last set of questions there, you were content with Nick being comfortable and pain-free, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't want him to be in pain at all.
You content?
Am I content?
Are you, let me finish my question, please. Are you content with the notion that they gave your brother enough medicine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead and finish the question.
That it would quickly and painlessly end his life before it could naturally end on its own?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
At any point when you consented to the DNR, let me rephrase the question. At any point when you gave consent to the DNR, were you made to understand that they would give him enough medicine just to get it over with quickly and painlessly instead of letting the natural course happen? Did you consent to that?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we are out of witnesses for the day.
We did crank them hard, didn't we? Okay? And that's not being jestful towards anybody. I was just transitioning here since I appear to be sending you home a little early today. Okay, but you did get a good day's work in, ladies and gentlemen. You have a wonderful evening. We'll get started at 9 in the morning. Is it next week that we have the doc?
That is the plan, Judge. Monday, Tuesday, half Monday, all day Tuesday is our plan.
Okay. One of the things, we've got a doctor coming in like Dr. Ely, okay, to testify. He's going to be about a day and a half. But he's got flight issues too. If we go a little late on the next Wednesday would be, maybe stay till 5:30 or 6. Can you guys accommodate that?
It would be Monday. 'cause it comes
Monday,
in Monday.
Tuesday, staying a little late.
I'm fine with that.
Later life.
Late on Tuesday or Monday?
On Tuesday.
No, Judge, sorry, it's late Monday.
I wanted to front load the first part, not, I wanted to go late, if we had to go late there, assuming if we got it done, we didn't have to go late unnecessarily. But if, okay. What's you guys' preference before I ask him anymore?
It would be our preference, since he's coming in on Monday, that we could maybe go a little later Monday to maybe finish up a direct, and then, or to get as far as we can Monday, so that we know we have enough time Tuesday, was our thinking. And then, I don't know what his flight is Tuesday, but, you know, have that cushion, just to get as much in as we can, so we don't have to keep him for 3 days, is our.
Okay. Monday. Stay 5 to 6 maybe? Okay. Yeah.
I know I have a 5:30 commitment Monday.
Okay.
It's a call, so as long as I'm out by 5:30.
Okay. If we did it Tuesday, do you have the same problem?
No, I'm okay Tuesday.
What about the rest of you? An hour for lunch and we work hard. That's making up that extra hour. And if we can front load it in the front, we do it. Now that means we'll probably have to take shorter breaks, but a couple in the afternoon, a couple in the morning. Because, you know, you can only go so long. Will that work for you all?
Whatever time you can give us, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to the jury.
Did you find out anything more about his arrival?
Your Honor, I believe the flight is coming at 9:30 Monday morning.
So we could start sometime, maybe break for lunch at noon, start back at 12:30?
Yeah. And I think he's taking the last flight out Tuesday.
Well, hopefully we don't have to worry about it.
By 6 or 6:30.
Okay. Well, we can't stay late Tuesday, we can't stay late Monday. These guys, they got a commitment with me, and I'm gonna respect their individual things, because I told them 5 o'clock when we started. So we'll go to Plan B. That work for you all? You're quiet over here, that's unusual. Well, okay.
But it's whatever.
It's just one day, dude.
Yeah,
Maybe two.
Monday's the busiest day of my week.
Boss, okay? I try to respect you guys' needs as much as I can. Okay? We're trying to get this trial done so you guys don't carry over. Okay? That's been my goal from throughout. Everybody here doesn't want to see you stay any longer than necessary. Okay? So we're trying to do it. But these doctors sometimes are like wedging, like herding cats, you know? It's just always isn't the most successful thing. So I'm going to you and saying, please. Okay? And you guys know me well enough, been with me long enough. If one of you has a problem, we'll try to see another solution. So let's try to make it work. You'll be good? Okay. Well, I know you got a lot of hustle going in the hallway. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to start at 8:30?
Okay, does that work for everybody?
Both days, 8:30, is that what you're saying?
We won't be here Monday morning, sir, so.
Yeah, 8:30 Tuesday.
Yeah.
We got that as an extra cushion. Okay? You know, we'll see if we can give you 40 minutes then to wheel and deal. Okay. Well, as good as you are, that's all the time you should need.
Yeah.
Okay? We'll make it work, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. We'll get started at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to drive hard again. So get plenty of energy bars. Okay, David?
All rise.
Mr. Zion, anything for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Menashe?
You know, I don't think we should all be inconvenienced because of a state expert. I would just note that. Coming at 8:30 and then working long, you know, with short, abridged lunches. The truth is that doing the cross or that those witnesses are really intensive. And I would just note that they're also intensive for the jurors. It's a lot of information to process. So I'm not really sure making days longer is beneficial in terms of, you know, just the jurors' ability to appreciate and not be tired and all the other things. I just mentioned it.
Okay. Well, you guys are blessed. It's a very good jury you got there. They've been very attentive throughout, so. Okay? Anything else for the record? Have a good evening.